Sorry about that. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Hope everybody's doing well today. Good morning, Ash Prince, Mr. Wizik, Shrimp Father. Hey, Pezliz, how's it going? Timor, hope you're all doing well today. Got some coffee. No, it's not Dunkin'. I'm going to have to do a Dunkin' run after stream today or go get something. I'm on my own, basically. Hey, good morning, K2. How's it going? Dawdell, welcome in. So I apologize for not streaming Thursday. Some things happened Wednesday. I wound up taking Miss Dragon to the airport on Thursday afternoon, and I got back and I was just physically and mentally exhausted from the day because we did not get much sleep on Wednesday. Uh, so there you go. Got coffee first sip with me. There you go. So yeah, I apologize for not streaming on Thursday, but yeah, I just couldn't do it. And I'm sitting here trying to get my mind back on this build and what we've got going on. I did not. Let me switch camera views. So I did not go through and reprint these pieces, the knobs. These are the old knobs and they go on and work just fine. So it's the fact of the carbon filled filaments that's causing a lot more resistance as I'm trying to screw those on. So these will not match. I'll probably redo these just in black or something, who knows. But I will have to do these tension knobs in something else. I'm also debating, it's kind of tight in this movement mechanism. So I'm contemplating taking the motors back off and just sanding down the faces a little bit. In fact, I think that's where we're going to start today, is doing that, because if I don't, then it's going to bug me. And one of the things we're going to wind up doing today is belting. These are the old belts. And if I belt this without fixing this, then it's just compounding the problem even more. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of disassembly again. Okay. There's that piece. Take the motor off. Basically, what I'm wanting to do is just clean up the slots for these screws and the actual mating faces of the little center yoke piece, just to make sure that we've got a good smooth axis. A little bit of friction isn't bad, but I'm having to actually apply a decent amount. Favorite Saturday morning cartoon is on. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, Zombie. Yeah, I've been trying to catch some people's streams the last few days, and just my sleep's all jacked up. So I do apologize. I did catch some of your stream last night, Pez. Awesome stream as always. And there should be little washers on here, so if you pull your screw and you don't have a washer, it might drop back down in there, so just dig it out. So what we're doing, Zombie, real fast, is I chose some carbon-filled filaments for the rebuild here, and I'm just getting some friction, and I'm not liking it. So I'm going to take some things apart and try and clean them up a little bit more before I start belting, because once I belt it, it just creates more pain. Okay. Those two need to stay on. These can come out as well. And these need to stay on to a degree because they are the pins for our bearing stacks. Bottom back off gently. There we go. And so the one side's pretty smooth from being on the printed bed. It's this surface and this surface that are a little not smooth because they're the top surfaces. So I just want to go through and file a little bit to knock off any, just any rough surfaces. I don't know if you can tell the discoloration there. That's where I was filing and knocking down the high spots. So this should now move a lot easier along its length. And that's what I was trying to do, is just do that little bit right there. Okay, now got there, there, that goes all the way through, does it? Does it? No, it doesn't. Hey, Petty Ruxpin. Welcome in. It always helps if you put the right screw in the right hole. Once again, don't yank and crank on these, because then you'll prevent your piece from sliding. You just want to make it, cinch it down so that it's nice and snug, not overbearing. And the wires come out the same direction as your threaded piece does. Get these lined up again. And once again, don't snug it down so tight that it can't move. You want it to be able to slide some. And then once we get the belts done, then we'll snug these up, and we'll snug these down, and that will keep it from moving around on us and loosening up over the motion cycle. So how are you doing, Petty Ruxpin? Hope you're doing well. Yes. Okay. Took this off, so it should be able to drop straight back on. And all of our screws still line up. Fingers crossed. Eating breakfast. That's nice. My breakfast is a protein shake sitting over there. And once again, like I mentioned, I'll reprint the knobs, because these are the old knobs. They're definitely not the right color scheme. But once again, with these being a carbon filled filament, there's just too much abrasion on these threads, with both parts being a filled filament. This is an older ABS print, and as you can see, it threads on pretty easily. The other one, I felt like I was almost cross-threading it, trying to get it on. So I was just sitting there thinking, I probably don't need to take the whole thing off. I just need to, no, let me think through that. I do need to take the whole thing off, because, well, I need to take the bottom plate off. Good. Motor off. Undo these. Yeah, coffee is pretty much the lifeblood of this stream. So if you need to go get yourself some coffee, please go get yourself some coffee. It is the essence of life. So So how's everybody doing today? Got any big projects you're working on? I know I'm working on that beta test unit a little bit here and there. AliExpress has been kind enough to deliver some parts, so I've got everything. I'm got to fix one thing, and then I'll be able to basically start going in and doing or whatchamacallit, software configuration. And hopefully we'll see that project up and running. New rails for Trinity. Sweet. Yeah, something's coming in the mail today, but I'm not sure what. Might be something for Mrs. Dragon. That might be why I don't recognize what's supposedly coming. Come on, you old bird. Yeah. Not the way I wanted you to come off there. Stay on there. Yeah. And once again, I'm just taking a rough file here and filing across the surface to flatten it out, make it smoother. A lot nicer. Before I go any further though, let me this and so what I'm going to do is just take my M3 reamer and try and ease these slots some. Ah, stop doing that. Right, the slots actually felt pretty good. Which makes me wonder. Because the other thing it could be that's causing the drag right there is the orientation that you put in your washers. So your washers are normally stamped from one side to the other. So one side will have a little burr and the other side will be kind of a little rounded and polished. You'd want that rounded polished edge on the side that's going to be sliding because it'll make it easier for it to slide without causing extra friction from the little burr on the side. You're going camping tonight. That'll be nice. Sweet. And when did you say you were going to start your black box? You were going to start that after you get the new studio done, right? Hey, Slab Stations, how's it going? The build's going pretty good. Right now, all I'm doing is the movement of the motors in their, for the tensioning mechanism. See how hard that is to get to move? It should not be that hard. It should slide pretty easily. So I'm just trying to tweak some of the screws to make it move a little bit easier. And then we'll get this mounted back. As I was saying to everybody before, you want to make sure now that those motors are able to move, because if they can't, then you'll have issues when you go to tighten your belts. Yeah, I gotcha. And I mean, that's the thing is there's some part that's okay. This will allow the studio to function, and then it's okay. This will be required for um, everybody to actually see and or not see, but this makes it feel complete for me, type of thing, right? So is it just that I crank down on these too much and should not be that hard to move? All right, good as it's going to get for now. So next up, I'm going to switch the view to the browser because the instructions for doing our XY gantry is going to be a little bit different since we're using the premium basics um, extra or ultra lightweight rail here. And this is a company that made the rail. Um, they've got downloads here, which is where I got the printed parts from, and then an assembly manual on YouTube. So unfortunately, I am going to have to watch a little bit of the YouTube to make sure that we're putting some things on right. We already gotten the rail on. We didn't take that off, so that's no big deal. So what we're going to need is really the ends here. And I believe these are M335s. What I'm doing right now is just trying to find the right, which one was right, which one was left. These will be the tops. Trying to get these in the right orientation so when I flip it over, my LDO is readable and not upside down. Don't ask me why. Because these will go to the front, so this will be the right-hand side. And the reason it's important to get the right printed parts for these is that side, but they've got these little keyed pieces in the print. This is why I had to reprint, and you can't use the standard V0 because you need those little keyed pieces. for everything to line up and to sit right. Okay, we're going to need our shims and bearings and shims. Please excuse the dirty paper towel, but I find it easier to have stuff on the paper towel. So we're going to go 2 shims. Actually, the front one over here is going to be a spacer. Two shims. Bearing flange side down. Bearing flange side up. And 2 more M3 shims. So there's the front. The other one's going to obviously go in the opposite direction. So 2 shims. Two shims. Bearing down, bearing up. Why didn't you? Okay. Bearing down, bearing up. Those shims are, there's like a little film of oil on them. They kind of stick to everything. Gotta be careful there. And then we'll need another one of our spacers. There's 2 of these that I hadn't reamed out yet, so that was obviously one of them. That drops on. So that's the, what'll be the right side. Coming to the other side, in the front corner here, we're going to go 2 shims. Bearing down, bearing up. 2 more shims. Does details matter? Yes, details do matter. And we'll need another spacer then. Means the other side is going to be the opposite. We're going to start with the spacer. The other spacer run off to spacer. Come on, I wear my Ivan Miranda spacer shirts. Don't run away with me there. So we start with the spacer over here. We'll need 2 shims. Bearing. Bearing. And should be 2 shims. I'm missing a shim. Well, that was good. And now I get to do it all over again because I'm an idiot. Let's see how many more shims I'll miss after this. Okay. So the front side over here was printed spacer, 2 shims. What I was trying to do is just make sure that I didn't get an extra shim on one of these. Bearing down, bearing up, and then 2 shims. These on the other side, it's going to be shiminy, shim, shiminy, shim, shim, shiroo, shim, shim, bearing, bearing, shim, shim, spacer. Other side, I screws back in. On the other side, the front is shim, shim. Bearing, bearing, 2 shims, plastic spacer. These in the back, we're going to be plastic spacer. Shim, shim, bearing, bearing, spacer, shim, and we're still down a shim. So, shim, you have a feeling that you've mixed shims and washers. There we go. Alrighty. So we've got our bearing stacks built. Hey Ram, how's it going? Yeah. Good morning, Nomi. How are you? Cheers. So we're having to take a look at the instructions here from Premium Basics. Yep. Put the two top pieces on, and the top pieces need to have some heat sets which aren't in there yet. So we'll need to add a couple of heat sets. You got your Dunkin' coffee? Awesome. I did not get Dunkin' this morning because, as I mentioned earlier, my sleep schedule is all kinds of jacked up, and Mrs. Dragon left to go back to Denver on Thursday, so I don't even have her to run and get. So that's good, Nomi. That is good. Um, okay, and the way that these are going to go on there, the angles are going to follow the angles on these lower pieces here, and the two heat sets that we just put in are going to line up with these two screws. So getting oh, probably going to need to just flip this over on its side real fast because we'll want to lined up, lined up. And I have a feel that these are like M3 by 20s and not M3 by 35s because the 35s just went way far through there. So that screw just went way through there. So we're going to have to obviously drop down to a smaller size. Yeah, most likely dropping down to 25s from 35s. That'll make this fun. Oh. So that 25, that was an actual 20. Felt too small. Something just wasn't lining up. Okay, there. Basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to keep it pushed together straight up and down so that I can pull the one pin or the one screw out and put in the shorter screw. Without losing anything out of the stack. Say that, and I feel like I did lose something out of that stack or something misaligned. Just not grabbing the heat set. Damn it. See my freaking. All right, we'll try this one more time. Spacer, Jim, bearing down, bearing up, Jim shift. That lined up. It takes an M2 by 10 at the top to hold it in place. And that's the one thing with the V0. The only detractor that I have to the V0 is everything is so small and tiny that that kind of makes it a pain in the butt. Nothing else, just that. So the one side is going in, the other isn't, and I can't tell if it's like an issue with clearance at the um with the I think that's all it was issue with clearance of the bolt head on this. And we know we're gonna have to swap these out. Get that lined up. Take that off for the moment. That to squeeze that. That one out, put this one in. Everything straight up and down so that it stays perpendicular. And squeeze that down so we can't get it on where we need to. That's going to make sense too. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm trying to do here, and that's just swap screws. Once you get the screws swapped, then worry about undoing these and getting it on the rail. That particular M325 button head, it's just, the issue is the head of the screw is too big. That's lined up there. This is going to sit right on top. I'm going to put in the M2x10 self-tapping screw. Hey, Evil Diesel, how's it going? Yeah, we're working on the V0 again. Working on the V0. Okay. Those parts are done. 2x10. M3x25. Do not tighten them too firm. Oops. Then what? Now tighten the M2x10s. M3x6. Don't fully tighten them now. Them and their don't fully tighten things. Which I get. I know it's going to be part of the deracking procedure. So go through and turn these back just a bit. We're going to need M3x6 in these back corners here. So grab a couple of our M3x6s. Say back corner, I actually mean the bottom sides here. I'm going to tighten them down and then crack them a quarter turn so that there's still a little bit of wiggle room. Then we're going to need to do the ones at the top. M3x10 on the outside. So notice on the left side, we did one M3x10 on the outside, and that's because we're going to have our X in stop. So we'll have to install that and mount that. So we're going to go ahead and do the M3x10. And then over here, we'll do two M3x10s on the other side here. I need to figure out how to punch that camera in. Actually, what I need is a different camera up there. That's a 922, and it doesn't have some features. Like right now, the only way to punch it in is basically drop it down to a 720p. $30, $35, $25. So we've got that. Tighten them. I like how they say don't fully tighten them, but they did put some Loctite on them. On the outermost one too. And I don't like the idea of putting Loctite on it going through the plastic parts. I just don't. Because it could cause your plastic parts to crack. And I prefer for that not to happen. Oh, I got you. That sounds pretty cool, Evil Diesel. I'm going to make sure that these M2x10s were pretty tight. All right. And put this up now. What does the box say? Box, a dragon, and an owl. Nice, Westry. You've been doing some nice prints of late. That off to the side. Put that right there. Just trying to see what else they're going to do. Probably nothing, just showing the... Now go ahead and mount the gantry in your V0 starting from page 73 of the official manual. Okay. So with that, we will jump back over to the manual. And like I said, all of this looks pretty much the same. The difference would be these are using M3x12s, and we were doing M3x10s and then M3x6s on the bottom, which is correct. It says don't tighten things. When you're done, we're going to take a look and you see if I can orientate this the same way. This side's up, this side's down, left side is down, right side is up. So we are orientated correctly. In stops where we're going, we don't need in stops. That's right, they do sensorless homing instead of in stops. So I will go ahead and add the other M3x10 on this side. the V0 that still uses an XN stop. And now we're going to take our piece and we're going to set it right between the two rails. It should be a semi-snug fit between the two rails, just like that. Get it lined up there. And now comes more fun. Spread them outwards. These are drilled and basically pinned. There's not going to be any spreading outwards. And now we want to use some M2x6 flathead screws. M2x6 flatheads. 2x6 flatheads. I have 2x6 flathead. Socket head. Button head. 2x6 countersunk is flathead. Grab a few of those. And I have a feeling I'm now going to have to grab this again. Loctite red. You're no fun, Mr. Wizix. Oh, yeah. Oh. There we go. Button head. And what I'm doing is I'm going to come in here and do the crossing pattern. Probably, let me change the screen. This might actually get you a little bit better. So I'm just doing a crossing pattern to make sure that the screws line up on the four corners. So we're going to do a crossing pattern. Not going to tighten it all the way down just yet. Just get it close. Don't feel like it lined up. Oh. I cannot tell you how much I dislike these little M2x6s. And I thought I was lined up, but apparently I was not. And sorry, folks, for not chatting. I'm trying to get these little M2x6s right in the right spot. Now I've got 3 of the 4. The last one's kind of a pain in the butt to get it at up there, so bear with me here. Once again, you want to be careful with these because you can strip these in a thought. Another reason why I really hate these M2x6s. If I had my way, I'd be doing MGN9s, but I get MGN9s don't really go well in this size. Oh yeah. I get that, Evil Diesel. I was working on some stuff last night, and yeah, it's been a while since my hands have cramped that bad. All right. We got that. And the issue was it was cramping like right here in the webbing of my hands. Ah, it sucks. Okay, so squaring the gantry, you want it to be able to move back and forth freely, which it is. We're going to push it all the way to the back. Turn this around. And We're making sure that our rail, because it's the rail that's hitting first, is all the way up against the rear axes here. So with the rail all the way back, we're going to tighten these top screws down. So I'm just going to apply very light pressure there. We'll tighten these top screws down. And then once again, everything's moving. There's no binding. Good. I'm going to go ahead and tighten the lower M3x6s tiny smidge. There we go. Full range of motion is good. Now we're going to add our last 2 bars. Last 2 bars will go in like that. And we'll take the bars back out. We'll preload our T-nuts that we were supposed to do that I obviously was not paying attention to. Okay, so we need to preload 3 M3 T-nuts on the side here. 1, 2, 3. Make sure they're on the outside edge. Pull the cam locks out of the front. M3x10s go in the front. So this up. Hey, look, we're done with those little M2 countersunk screw things. We're going to do M3x10s at the front. Just remove our little cam locks. I think that's a M4. Oh, it'd be an M5. Thing. Do an M3x10. I don't think these get put in all the way. No, actually they do. The cam locks are used to hold the top down. Um, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to think ahead because it's not really saying like, oh, tighten these all the way up or not. So there's the front. Let's put the cam locks back in. And 3x10s at the back. Oh, cool, Timor. Yeah, it's been on the back of my mind that I need to go and calibrate that. It's downstairs and kind of out of sight, out of mind at the moment, which is a bit annoying because I do want to get that done and calibrated. Hola. Going on there. Yeah, thanks for throwing that out there, Timor. And if you don't mind, please put it on the Discord as well. Okay, top rails are on. Belting and belt pass. Uh, so we'll need our carriage part here. I was looking at buying the metal version from Fabrico, and the problem I'm having is they have it for the MGNC or MGN9C, not the 7. Um, I have to use the 7 with this rail. If I wanted to go to a 9, I would have to replace not only the linear rail on the gantry, but I would also have to find a new gantry piece because mine was mangled uh, when I had the issue. We'll just call it the issue. Um, yeah. So second here to clean up some little fuzzies. Okay, so I've already popped off this. Whoop, where am I going? This little center print support. Already popped that off. It's a built-in support. We're going to add a couple of M3 hex nuts. Gonna be there we go. A little bit harder for me because, like I said, I had some. It's an overhang print where those two nuts go in, so I had a little bit of stuff there in the way. I got it out. I got those knocked in all the way, pressed in all the way. So those are lined up with these holes right here. So X nuts pushed all the way down to line up with these holes. And we need to add a couple of heat sets in the back here. So we get the heat press back up here. Get a couple of heat sets put in. Oh, and hey, Eagle Diesel, breakfast tomorrow still? Make sure it's nice and flush. Okay, what's next? M3x8 flathead cap screw. M3x8 flathead cap. 3x6 button heads. Huh. Got flathead nuts. X nuts. Sorry, I'm trying to do a little bit of organization again. And 3x8 flathead cap screws. That's what I was looking for. I need 2 of these. And we're going to have a 2x8. So 6s, our flathead countersunk. Sorry folks, brain farting here. Okay. Did that. One. Oh, I have 4, and I took the ones off of there. Where's they at? So I need to find my other peanut like this. So bear with me 1 second here. Vert. Here we go. Okay, so we're gonna preload these. They're gonna come in from the front. Those holes need to be reamed. Going out to the barn, need to fire up the coffee roaster. Oh, there you go. The Matra to City roasted. Sweet. That sounds awesome, Timor. Okay. So we've got our whatchamacallit. These are Maker Base XL nuts. And we're just going to get those lined up. Use our M3 countersunk screw. We're just going to get that started. Think just like a standard T-nut. We're not trying to do anything more than just get these started and pre-positioned. If memory serves me right, even that's going to become a pain in the tuchus because of how the belts route, but we'll follow the guide for now. Okay, so these 2 screws are in, and they're just loosely into the maker nut so that they can wiggle around and we can route belts around them. And start with equal belt length. I'm planning on right now just reusing the old belt. So I should have equal belt length. The question is more or less like which side was it on? I'm going to say this is over here. Coming in left. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to route it around the back. We need to go underneath that T-nut and then out through this front slit, which is the part that I say becomes the pain in the tuchus, because there's really not a lot of space there. So what I tend to do, take the darn nut off, push that through the front, and grab the other belt and do the same. Kind of remember where they were at, so I'm going to get them lined up how they were previously. Got a little maker nut on there, and screw it down. See? Go ahead and take the other side out because I know I'm going to wind up needing to. So we've got one side of the belts in there. Once again, it routes, you just basically route it in and through this front slot, and then put your maker nut down on it and latch it down. So it's basically going a little downward divot under the maker nut and then kicking a left and through your front. And you're going to have to put the other side of the belt through the other side, which is what makes it so much fun. So now that we've got our belts done up, right? B is at the top, A is at the bottom. We'll start running the belts. And of course, we'll have to take it from kind of that side. So I'm going to grab the bottom belt. Sure, you've got the teeth of the belt facing the front. And we're going to need our tweezers to help things along. Come around our front post to the back. And this is going to go around the bottom motor here. So we've got to go around. Here, let me switch cameras. We're going around the front here with the T side facing out. And now we've got to go around through this pulley, around the motor, and back in and around this pulley. This is where it starts to get interesting, especially with the curvature that I have built into this belt already. Really is not a lot of room in here to see your belts and push or pull them through. Like everything else with the V0, it's just so incredibly tiny. And let's see if a little pick set will help. I have to just do the all right, sorry folks, I'm gonna have to turn this around so I can see. It was pretty far through there, but it's just not going. Thank you for the follow, Bunchamus. Here we go. Kind of a pain in the butt. Come around and we go completely around the back. And on the other side here, we go around this way. So now the kind of the pain in the butt part here is to get the second belt through the little gap enough that you can latch onto it at the front and pull it through. And of course, these belts were already on there and pinched, or not pinched, but cut to length. So this may be a little bit more difficult for me right now, just because of the belt that I have to deal with. Not yet. All right, there we go. We got a little bit through. Now we can start working on our other belt. And this is going to be, which one? The top belt. So it's going to be the reverse. We're going to go around at the top and between the printed part and the roller, around the top here. Now we need to get through the pulley. And this one might be a little bit easier just because the pulley's at the top on this side. So it might be, I'm not going to say it is for sure, but it might be a little bit easier to work this around the pulley just because it'll be a little bit higher and easier to get to. And as you're pulling your belt, you want to make sure that it stays in the channels of your pulleys. If it gets out of the channel of your pulley, you may have some issues. Especially with your belt tension. But yeah, if it gets out of the channel of your pulleys and idlers, it's going to eat your belt up and cause you some problems. Thank you for the lurk, Shrimp Father. Yeah, if I can get it started, then I can use the pick and kind of get a a tooth up, and then once I get a tooth, I can give it a little pull, start pulling some things in like that. And once again, we're going to go around and make sure that all of our belts are running in the pulley guides, right? So in the pulley guide, riding in the pulley, the idlers, all the way around. And we're doing good. Now, one of the hard parts is trying to get this other screw started again. Just kind of put that up in place. And I don't want to really crank on this too much just yet, but I do want the number of exposed teeth should be about the same on each side. You can crank down on your T-nut. And don't worry about this little bit of play. We'll take care of that when we tighten the belts. You've got a Harbor Freight or what, Princess Auto or anything like that, go get yourself a real cheap, small, tiny set of picks. It definitely comes in handy trying to get some of this stuff routed, especially on some of these smaller printers. Hey, Free Heathen, how's it going? Downwind neighbor will show up with her coffee cup in hand about 4 hours after the smell of the roaster working. And the chicks show up for coffee only these days. Yeah. Exactly. If I knew that you were roasting and I lived nearby, I'd be rolling in, dude. Be rolling up. You've been? Yeah, I get that. I do get that. Like tying your shoes, but worse. Thread belts, belt A through the printer. The A belt sits below the B belt. B belt should only contact smooth bearing surfaces as well as the pulley teeth on the motor. No part of the belt should be touching plastic. That is true. That is true. And we went through and we watched the belt path and made sure it was going through and that it was not going around the plastic. I have done that. Believe it or not, it will work if you wrap it around like a plastic piece. It'll still work. It just won't work as well. You'll have all kinds of artifacting issues and stuff like that. So once again, we're working on the back and we're pulling that belt out in the front, which is what we've got here. So our belt comes through a common center point, which is pretty tight to get two belts through it. And we had the one put through there and tightened down. We brought the other one through, got it started, got it pushed through, hold it fairly tight. I mean, I can probably put a finger between the carriage and the linear rail, and then we tighten it down, and that's perfectly fine right there. Now we need some M2x6 socket head cap screws to go through the top to secure our carriage to the underlying rail. That would be these. You know, there are 75 pieces here, so how much you want to bet their choice was using, what am I doing? Their choice would be, or using the socket heads instead of the button heads on the linear rails, which would probably be a little bit nicer because, like I said, those button heads strip out so incredibly easy. Yeah, he's got his monster empty. He's not supposed to be drinking them, but normally when he comes over to the Dragon Den, he comes with either a monster or a Red Bull. Oh yeah, they want me to put a little bit of thread locker on these. And thread locker will embrittle. There's a word, embrittle ABS. So try and keep it tight on the threads and off of the plastic. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be having any type of monster or any drink, energy drink or anything like that because of the sugar content. And they really don't want me drinking a lot of coffee. That's why I've been doing, I normally do the half regular, half decaf. And they'll begrudgingly, my gastric doctor will begrudgingly let me do that after my gastric bypass. But yeah, yeah. I've gotten back into drinking way more coffee than I should be. It is settling in. We're going to start streaming again soon. Okay, good. Good, good, good. 0 sugar. Yeah, 0 sugar. Just replace the badness of sugar with the badness of artificial sweetener like aspartame or saccharin. I say that as I drink sweet and low in my coffee. Yeah, black coffee, 0 sugar. Yep. Yeah, they give you a headache. Um, and with the coffee, and Timor can probably fact check this, but according to the folks that I knew that and my sons and everything that worked at Starbucks, they say a darker roast has less caffeine than the lighter roast. That a lot of the or some of the caffeine burns off as you're roasting it. Um, okay, so I'm just going to get my knobs just snug fit right now. And what we're looking at is we want the rail all the way to the back. Okay, the rail's all the way to the back, even contact at the back. Now we want to strum our belts, and we're looking for 110 megahertz on each, or excuse me, megahertz, 110 hertz on each side, or we can try the belt tensioner. Since I have yet to actually use it. About 2.4. All I'm looking for right now is just to see if they're at the same tension point. Say, definitely not. Definitely not. That one got all kinds of loose all of a sudden. Same number of teeth. All right, we're gonna do the sound. So I use, where did I put it? I use Sound Spectrum. It's just a little app, and you can, you can hear the noise and stuff like that. So I'm going to strum my belt. And it's way low. Still way low. Still kind of way low. actually high. All right, I'm not going to be able to get the belts tight because I've got a bamboo running back here that's making all kinds of obscene noise. So I will have to work on belt tensioning a little bit later. It feels fairly well tightened, so I'm going to go ahead and tighten down. Well, they feel about the same, so I'm going to go ahead and just tighten down my motors for the time being, which is going to lock them in place. And I'll work on tightening them as soon as this bamboo print's done. So it'll probably be after stream today. Yeah, the bamboo is kind of loud. Not gonna lie there. Okay, what's up next? Belt tension. Equal belt tension is important to the proper function of a core XY motion system. Even slight differences in the belt tension will result in skewed motion. Due to the small size of the V0 belt path, the required tension may feel higher compared to larger printers, but this is mainly due to the short belt runs and belt stiffness. Once the belt tensions are equal, trim the belts to their final lengths. They were trimmed before, so I'm not going to retrim them. And like I said, I will play with the belt tension a little bit more later on. Print bed. I don't remember seeing the little knobs. That's what I'm going to look for right quick here. Electronics. Tool head, back panel. So honestly, folks, I am not seeing the little bed screw down pieces in here. So we're just going to use the old ones. It's going to be underneath the bed. You're not going to see it. You know what? I take that back. I don't see it because, well, I think I've already swapped them over. That would be why I didn't see them. Bed up some. Yep. Knobs. We don't need to put the magnet on. We don't need to do any of that because it's already been done. This is all we need to do is just physically mount it What I want to do though is probably get this reattached. Oh, I'm like, why did I not? Sorry, I'm losing it a little bit here. What I'm doing right now is I am undoing one of the mounts for the thingamajigger being the cable chain, because I want to get my cable chain in before I put my bed in. It's just going to be a little bit easier to work around things. We'll continue with the, I got plenty. Yeah, so basically what happens between the V0 and the V0 is they change the way that the um, you all tell me to stop putting things away. They changed the way the um, thing works. The uh, cable chain. It used to go from the outside of the bed to the outside edge of the printer. Now it goes from the inside of the Z-rail to the printer. So it goes up on the inside versus the outside. So all we have to do is come in here and redo the belt. Oh, I thought it was that. Yes, it was too. Or redo the belt. We just have to relocate um, the mounts for the cable chain. And I had these on here before with button head screws. I'm going to swap them over for flathead screws, which will be a little less in the way. And by putting the mounts on first, it makes life a little bit easier to do the cable chain. Now, once again, the cable chain itself has changed direction a bit, so You guys aren't going to be able to see this too well because we've got the bottom panel in, but I'm just going to reconnect my Wagos and my thermistor and my bed wires. So my LED lights come down and connect to the front panel again, and this will get a zip tie to hold it in there. These, I want to say I will most likely still bring around the backside. Around the backside, the bottom side. Hey, Luke. I hate trying to get these damn things back in there. What is going on? Yeah, I know this is a crappy generic cable chain, but good gracious. Okay. Try and go anywhere to the inside. Make it. Are going to have to come underneath. Okay, we'll have a spot to do a couple of zip ties. Namely right here. This is going to be basically a zip tie for the LED wires. I guess we could bring that kind of up here and down around there. A bit longer and now there is a little slot there, so what I'm going to do is go through the slot and around the back side of the Kirigami build platform, and that'll give me another spot where I can cinch down the other wires. They're going to the bed and the thermistor, just to provide some strain relief and kind of keep them out of the way of getting caked or damaged. So that's what we're, kind of what we did. Got the cable chain that comes up and around. We looped the wires down, brought the bed wires under here. The wire for the front LED comes up, goes through this little plastic piece, and then routes forward. And all that's going to be underneath the bed. Once again, there's another little cutout right here that I can add another zip tie to, just to add a little more, I guess, lockdown ability on the wire there. Keep it out of the way. Go ahead and cut those 3 zip ties. Okay. We need to get the lower side into the, that one went in a lot easier. There's all the stuff for the bed coming out. Now we need to actually physically mount the bed. And it's going to be easier for me to do it kind of like this. So I'm not fighting the springs. And there's slots that allows you to have a little bit of front to back play. Okay, and where I chose to kind of put these wires down might not be the best place because that's going to get in the way of that knob, so I'll have to move that. Or at the very least, just unclip that zip tie and just let those wires down out of the way. Now, what I normally do for my beds on like V0 or a Rook or anything like that, because they're sprung, I always just crank these almost all the way down, and that way I'll get the most travel out of them. They'll be under tension the whole time, so we won't have any issue, and we'll be able to come back through and do the bed level fairly easy. Okay, now we just need to plug in our bed wires themselves. So we've got the wire coming from the fuse and the wire coming from the bed. We're just going to bring those in and add them into the Wagos. Give everything a little tug to make sure we're good. And then the bed thermistor itself will connect in to the JST. And let me get you in here a little bit tighter. That's what we're looking at. So wire coming up goes in. Then we have the bed to the fuse, goes to the fuse, comes out of the fuse into the bed, and then into the other Wago, the Wago back out and down. JST and JST for the thermistor. So we're good there. We've got all of our wiring done and our bed installed. And like I said, we'll work on getting this all leveled to the tool head once we get the tool head installed. Yeah, the wire routing that it shows here is if you're using the default bed, which is the extrusion bed, or not. And we're on to the print head. You got to run an adult. Okay, Evil Diesel. We'll chat with you later. And you got to run an adult too, Royal Nomi? Okay, have a good one. Hey, Otter's Danger Den, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hope you are doing well. Hope you are doing well. So as far as the print head goes, I'm going to skip this for the moment. The reason being is I'm not going to build the mini stealth burner. As you can see, I've got a setup already here. This is my, it's a Dragonfly hot end, and this is what we refer to as the mini after Sherpa. So this is a Sherpa extruder, which obviously still has filament in it, so I need to fix that. But it's basically a mini stealth burner that's chopped off, and instead of doing the whatever the mini pocket watch, clockwork, whatever it is, we just mount a Sherpa Mini directly on the top. This is a proven hot end. It works. The only thing we're going to do is, here's the X end stop out of the old printer. We're not going to need that because we're doing all sensorless. So I can unplug this and set it aside. And you can see we've got our heater that comes up, plugs in. We've got the thermistor wire that comes up and plugs in. We've got the motor wire, and I take that back. This is a fan, and what do we got? Fan, thermistor, heater. Oh, these are the two side fans, and this is the hot end fan. Motor's down here, the end stop would be there. And this is not a CAN bus or USB type tool board. This is just a the old style V0 Umbilical. So this cable will come back and connect to a board. Okay, so this is going to be the visible side of the board at the top. The underside of the board is literally just pass-through connectors that then come down and connect to our MCU. So the intent was not to undo any of this and just keep it all kind of ready to go for this rebuild. So instead of going through and building the mini after Sherpa, which I actually have, I printed all the parts, or I'm sorry, the mini stealth burner. We're just going to cut to the chase. And mount it, and it's getting mounted with two M3 by 35s. Pull that forward. M3 by 35. And this mounts in the exact same manner. Now the only difference is on the mini stealth burner tool head. There is, you got the two screws from the front, and you've got this one M3 by 16 in the back. That's not there. There's no mount point for it. So that screw just doesn't get put in. But as you can see, we've got a really rigid mount there. I'm actually like moving the printer when I do that. So right there, we're good. And we're going to start working on our electronics panel. So on the electronics panel, we're going to start by setting the printer down on its face. And we're going to slide the panel in this way. And when we do, we're going to need to line up some screw hole, or we're going to line up some pieces. By pieces, I mean M3 T-nuts. Screw this down with. Are you using springs? Yes, I am using springs. I have not had any problems with this bed. It holds the zero very well, the Z offset very well. Okay, I'm just trying to look. They're coming in from the left side, and they've got the multiple screw holes on the left side, and the multiple screw holes down here towards the motor side. And so what I'm going to try and do is just set this in here and then move that's the straight ones. Where the hell did the tweezers go? You guys see what I do with the tweezers? Oh, there they are. But yeah, I use just the standard. It's the was it the yellow springs? So I don't have too many problems with the yellow springs. So we're looking at the top, the bottom, and the middle as far as our nuts go. Uh-oh. Huh. Apparently I only have like 2 and 2, so we're gonna have, I should have 3. Why am I only seeing 2? I am only seeing 2 for whatever reason, so I may have to try and use some of the um, whatchamacallit, the ones that what's his name, LDO provides. But for now, I'm going to do the middle, or excuse me, the bottom and the top. I'm just going to try and get this somewhat lined up so that we can pull them into full alignment. Okay, that looks lined up. We're going to use M3x6 button heads. And yes, I know I'm only using 4 instead of 6. I think I will be all right. This panel doesn't carry a whole lot of weight. All right, it looks like my M3x6s are not going to make it. Or at least not going to make it on that one. So we'll try some M3x8s. And my plan is going to be the same thing as before as far as my kind of layout. The main board will be over here, and then on this side will be the Raspberry Pi. Move some things out of the way. We'll have some holders to put together. And this is an interesting little setup. So you can do like what I had before, which is mount your boards and then VHB tape them directly to the back. Or they've got these little ding clips that you can use that you can mount your parts on, basically makeshift DIN rails. Oh, I just realized there's my, that was my tools. Okay, so we'll have a mount for our what this is. This is the mount for the whatchamacallit, the Raspberry Pi. Wants me to use M2x10 self tappers. 'Cause, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do the DIN rail mount. So this actually is the Big Tree Tech Pico, which also works for Raspberry Pi. We've also got um thought this was for the maybe not. What the hell is this for? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Bum, 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 bum. That's for the fan. That's for right now. Bigger clamps. Right, anyhow, we've got it attached for the Pi. You get a VHP, you get a VHP. Dead cleat. Did I not? Because I thought this was a dead cleat. That is a dead. Okay. So we just need to put some VHP tape on here. That'll go down. And basically what I'll do is I'll cleat it and then find the right location and press it down on there in VHP tape. Alt. VHP. I don't guess it matters. I've got like 6 spools of them over there, so. Thought I had VHP tape open around here, and I probably do. I'll find it as soon as I open this one up. This is apparently a no-name knockoff brand of VHP tape. So hopefully it'll go well. I'm not going to say like do a whole bunch of it. Partly because we went that route once already, and where's that nut cramping on? All right, I want to go ahead and put my Raspberry Pi on here. We're going to use the, should be M2 by whatevers. I say M2 by whatevers because they're still attached. because we broke the mount trying to take it off. Hey, Solar, how's it going? Yeah, I've tried the I've tried those uh, silicone mounts, and I don't know, something about them just doesn't. And it could be just that I got crappy ones too. I'm going to mount this such that um, the network and all that is facing downward, and our SD card is facing up. Means I just mounted this the wrong way, how I want to mount it. So how are you doing, Solar? Ah, setting up a new computer. Nice. Windows, Mac. Windows. Okay. Yeah, I just switched this over to Windows 11 and had some weirdness with the mic and stuff where it decided it was trying to be helpful again. Um, but I'm also looking at, I've got 32 gig of RAM, and while I'm not using a full 32 gig of RAM right now, if I'm going to start getting into some more CAD and stuff like that, then I might want to swap over, or not swap over, but swap up to 64 gig of RAM just to make sure I have no issues down the road. So that's something that I'm thinking of doing. Is just possibly doing a processor and memory upgrade. I'm on an AM4 based motherboard with AMD chips. Um, so it's primarily just trying to decide, do I go up to the last, like the 5900, the 5950? I've heard that the 5950 is having some issues, so I probably don't want to go up to that. Or let me rephrase that. It throttles. So I'm going to mount this basically like right there. So take the VHP tape off. Or take the stuff off the VHP, I should say. Okay, so that's there. This should be for our motherboard. Now I'm thoroughly confused because none of this is going to line up, so I'm not sure what that board is for. So I'm going to have to get a new mount or dig out. Let me dig out the old mount and see if it's still usable. I think I didn't break that one. Yeah, it is still usable. So I have no idea how this damn thing, this one might have to just be VHB mounted again. Which is fine because I'm not planning on swapping this out anywhere. This would have to be done with M3x6s. But yeah, my streaming computer is Windows 11 now. Like I said, I had a little bit of issues with the initial transition, but ever since then, it works great. I mean, it is Windows, but it was when I first built it, it had nothing but gaming stuff on it. It was just a dedicated gaming rig, nothing else on it. I didn't want to use it for anything else. And now it's like the streaming rig, and I very rarely game on it. Okay. So this is going to mount on here in this orientation. And we're just going to do a couple of pieces of VHB tape. Try not to like really crank down on it this time around. Like 2 small strips of VHB. Oh, the ones that came with it were dead? That sucks. Yeah, like right now I've got, what, 4 8 gig sticks? But it's that's the other thing too, is I'm on an older gen, so it's, um, oh, whatchamacallit, DDR4 RAM instead of DDR5. But I'm good with that because I've never been bleeding edge, and I have one uh, spinning disk that's in that computer, and it's just for like bulk video stuff that I could care less about if I lose it. Everything else is on either some type of solid state. So I've got 3 NVMe drives, like the NVMe sticks, and a I think 1 SSD drive. So basically, I was trying to reduce the amount of moving parts to basically just fans. Okay. So once again, the drive connections go on the right side. Watch out for that screw hole there. Okay. Now what I'm going to do to get these out of the way is, this is my B motor, and our Core XYs go ba like a sheep. So the B motor is actually the X motor. That's going to go there. Our A motor is going to come over here and kind of go underneath everything as well. Come over here and go into the Y. That should hopefully keep that out of the way. This is going to be the power, so this is going to come down here. This is an RGB that is not used. So I did leave it kind of plugged in just so I didn't lose the thing. This was the fly and stop, which I don't think we'll be using that either because we're sensorless homing on X and Y, so we'll take that out. This board screws into the underside of here, right between our two motors. And normally there's a panel here that mounts. So sorry about that. Let me switch over here. Okay, so we've got our Raspberry Pi and we've got our main board. The Raspberry Pi is standing up on a ding cleat, right? So it does have it stands off quite a bit. There is a possibility of just taking this off and mounting it, but I'm going to leave it on the cleat for now. That comes down, that comes down. This is going to mount between the two motors, and there's a plate. So this would be the normal plate that would mount here. You can actually mount that way. And all of your cables would come up through this U shape, and there would be a cable support right here. So you bring your umbilicals up, you would tie it around your center support, and that's what would help keep it from rubbing up against the belts. So this gets replaced with this piece, which basically seals off the chamber from the electronics and keeps everything plugged in. And these are point-to-point connections between this board and your main controller board. So it really makes wiring things a lot easier using that board. Like I said, we'll just need two M3x6 screws. And you've got something similar on Bubblegum Dragon, Free Heathen. It wasn't, so this is, I'll say, a dumb pass-through, right? It basically has that one multi-pin cable that brings everything to the tool head, and then the tool head has a separate board. Where this board here, or I'm sorry, the board that you have on yours has an actual processor on the tool board, if I remember right. Because you've got the Pico Umbilical, which is the follow-on to this board. Okay, so we just secure that down there. And what I had was I just had a couple of like press down zip ties right here, but I can put, now that I've got some cable troughing. Big piece. I don't need a big piece. So I had a couple of small pieces of cable troughing around here somewhere. Now it looks like it'll still make it. So this is cable trough. I think that was from the black box build. We just clean up that end, and we'll be able to put this in here and make things look a lot nicer. Probably ought to file those edges down a bit. Sorry, I'm playing around with my cable trough stuff. Back away. So we'll just do a stripper, a couple of small strips. Once again, we don't need anything major here. Just a couple of small strips of VHB to hold that down, and we'll be able to put our wires in a trough. Which will just make it a little bit nicer and neater. Hey, Frostbite, how's it going? Welcome on in. Cyber Power PC. I keep contemplating getting one of those, and then I always veer away from it and just build my own. There's a pain in the butt to get this stuff started. Thank you. And I know getting something like a Cyber Power or iBuy Power or whatever, I mean, you get some decent stuff. There's some compromises. But I think there's enough goodness there that it makes something that you can like work with at least. And because that's my biggest thing is I want something that is, if I'm doing a PC, I want something that is readily upgradable and expandable, right? That's the only downside with Mac is you're pretty much locked into whatever you get when you first start, because there's no real upgrade path for anything. It's all hard soldered and locked down. So, all right. So we'll get our main power cable coming down. We'll have this cluster of cables. Just going to find a good place to loop the, or put them through the loops so that stuff is routed down through the cable trough, comes out the loop without a huge amount of excess space. We go just like that, and all of a sudden everything looks pretty. We will have a few other things that we need to bring up. Oh, what do we got? We got this will be the RGB for the bed, and I'm not sure, but I think this just plugged into the standard RGB socket. Is right there. We have RGB that's coming from the front of the bed, not anything up in the main construct yet. We'll have our bed thermistor, and the bed thermistor should be TB bed right there. So be about pulling that stuff back out. Where are you? Here. Why? You're through there. What? It is what it is. So, sorry, I'm talking to myself. Carrying on. It's actually a pretty good conversation, too. Pretty good conversation. I'm just trying to get the bed wire in there, and then I can bring all this stuff back down in there. Bada bing, bada boom. That stuff's covered up. So we got the bed coming up. We've got the power that's going to come down. We need the bed power wires that come up. And they're going to go right into this main connector right here. So we want to come out right there. That one in there. The wiring is so much easier when you're doing a rebuild and 90% of it was still in the same spot. Still connected, I didn't have to disconnect and reconnect a whole bunch. Gotta line things back up and screw a couple of things down, plug a couple of things in, and everything else is still already in place. Okay, so we got the wires for the bed coming up and connected in. We've got the wires coming down to go to the power supply. We've got the Z end stop And what do we got? We've got fan, X end stop. Well, we can remove the X end stop. We're not going to need that anymore because we're going to sensorless homing. Let's see if I can't. Oh, crap. That's the X end stop there. And apparently I've got other wires wrapped around it. Heck. Figures. Seriously? What? Pull this stuff up, bring this down, because this is a heating element. And I wasn't sure if this was polarized. It shouldn't be. This is the hot end hot end heater that I'm connecting in right here. So there shouldn't be any issue with polarity on these. Like I said, I'm just trying to make the wires a little pretty, a little less onerous. And make sure that you don't have wires going like through other wires, because that's an annoying pain in the tuchus. This one is that one. That's fine. This is going from the bed. You want to bring these up though and connect them in underneath this morass. There we go. And this goes to show that you don't need the latest and greatest board for your printer. So this board that I'm using here in this printer is the SKR Mini E3. I think this is a version 2. Yeah, it's version 2. So this just goes to show that you don't need the latest and greatest board when you're running Clipper, right? You just need a competent board, which, like I said, doesn't have to be anything major. And this one actually isn't. This is an older version of the board. So this is our our Z end stop, which is the only end stop that we're going to need to use. That goes there. All that will go like that. Keep that nice and clean and organized. What else do we have? We're going to have our filament runout sensor that we will bring in here. And what do we have on this board? PS on, power detect, and E0 stop. So that's what I'm going to want to use is the E0 stop. And where did this come? That is chamber thermostat. Where the hell would I have the chamber thermistor? Thermistor. I'll have to figure out, I'll have to apply power to this and I'll be able to tell where the chamber thermistor and such was installed. So this is a Raspberry Pi 3. And the one I've had down here is a 4, right? Where's the 3 power supply? There we go. I'm just going to get this powered on and I'll be able to connect to it and figure out where some of the pins and stuff are at. Hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. Got to run? Okay. Well, thank you, Shenanigans, for raiding in and be safe. I'm going to assume that you're going to be out driving, so yeah, let's keep going here. This shows using an SKR Pico, which I am not using. The other thing that we have here is our Z motor. So while this is booting up, we'll go ahead and plug in our Z motor. And we're just going to bring that up, loop it right through our first thing there. And it's going to come right around the side and go into the Z motor connector. Keep these tucked in under the rail on the side there. This had an 8 gig drive in it. I don't need, so once you put Clipper firmware on a board, you do not need an SD card in it anymore because it's all running, all your G-code files are coming off your Raspberry Pi. So you would not need to have that installed anymore. What I do want to do now is go into Baby Blue, which is going to error out because she's not able to talk to an MCU yet. But that's fine. I just want to look at the machine. We're going to come over here and look at the full display. Oh, yeah. It needs to be updated, by the way. If we look at the printer config, what I want to look at is what we had. We had the chamber thermistor, so that would be down at my, while we're here. X in stop. We need to change that to the standard for I'll have to look at that. I can't remember right off the top of my head. Chamber thermistor. That's what I was looking for. Chamber temp goes into PA7. That goes into PA7. I need to bring up SKR Mini GitHub. So this is the GitHub for the Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3. We need to look at hardware, and for the version 2 hardware, and we want to look for pins. This will tell us what our pin definitions are. And once again, my chamber temperature was into PA7. So I'm going to look for PA7. Not seeing PA7. Huh. Well, that's interesting. PA7, MOSI. That doesn't look like it would ever work, right? I mean, it is a 2-pin header. I'll have to figure out where to put that. Right click Voron V0, firmware. Hey, look, they have a that right there is the thing I need for the virtual in-stop. So stepper X. We will comment out this line. Add that line. We're going to need to pick up a in-stop position 120, 120. Grab that stuff. Make some changes down here for sensorless homing. Y stepper motor, we're going to need that information as well. And we will comment out the original in-stop pin. Do the same thing over here for motor stuff, the sense resistors and stuff. Z, we may need to change Z to start with. P0, PC5. So we're going to go ahead and grab this information because the Z changes on a V01, the end stop is all the way at the top, so it's at Z min. Now it's at Z max on the V02. So we kind of need to come in here on the Z and change a few things. We're going to get rid of that. And need to come down here to the bottom. Position Z in stop. We're going to need to remove that information. Our pin tunes should not change for the heater and heat bed. Input shaper may, so we may have to work on that some. Don't think there's any changes. This resistor, still chop threshold. The extruder, we shouldn't need to change anything on that. That should all be the same still. In the bed heater, the hot end fan, that fan, the Nevermore would go into my fan 1 header. So fan 1 would be the Nevermore. Onboard temperature sensor for the SKR, the Raspberry Pi. This is the one that's throwing me off because sensor pin PA7, the only PA7 I'm seeing is not I mean, would it have been just sitting there? That doesn't make sense. Possible. We'll see. We'll see if we get a chamber temperature out of that. We're going to need to figure out our filament sensor, which should go to the E0. We have an E0 stop. So we'll put the filament sensor in the E0 stop. And common wire right here, which would be the ground. And we'll leave it as, go ahead and get a connector on here. That is a 3-pin connector. Physical 3-pin, and then we'll need a couple of our JSTs pins. Oh, you're setting up OBS. That's always fun. So our E0 stop, ground is in the middle. And that's our common, goes to ground. And then the other one, which this one is wired up as a normally open, but our other leg of the end stop is going to go to the pin. In this case, what was that I just saw? PC 15. Okay, and the way the connector goes, this is going to be on the left side of the thingy. So go there, that end, this around with the rest of the wires. Then we'll just loop it in there like so. I don't know if there's anything else, but I am going to sit that on there just because I know it's going to keep popping up. So I think we need to add that to our configuration. Does it talk about filament runout sensor? Nothing in the extruder section. Bed heater, fan control, fan, filament switch section. Okay. We'll grab that section. And we'll bring that over here. Filament switch, filament sensor. Pause on runout is true. Runout G code would call the pause. Switch pin PC 15, that is correct. That's where we put it, was PC 15. So we're good there. There's some homing and gantry adjustment routines. Probably not a bad thing to grab this and add it. But some things have changed. That's my current homing stuff, so put that in there real fast and just take a look. Idle timeout. Yep, we've got that up there, so we don't need that. We're using homing override. Axes XYZ, blah, blah, blah. So we had a Z-Safe home here. It says we don't need that in the new setup. So we'll delete that. This is the tool for bed screws adjust. And it just looks like I changed mine a little bit for locations. We'll go ahead and use theirs as well. So a little bit of update there. That's just some notes. We have macros in here, print start, print end, load filament, unload filament. We'll probably take a look at those. Save and close, look at my macros. Heat soak, print start, print end, filament load, filament unload. Place those. So here's the thing. I renamed my filament load or loading and unloading filament to filament load, filament unload, because that way it puts them right next to each other in your macros list rather than looking for load or unload. The downside is by default, that's going to break your clipper buttons on your clipper screen if you have a clipper screen installed. So just be aware of it. I think you can go in and fix that. Home X macro, home Y, Z. X, home Y, home Z as separate macros. I had a pause, cancel print, Z up, Z down, pause and a resume. We probably need these turned back on because with the filament sensor, it calls a pause. So once we load the filament and we're ready to go, we're going to need to call a resume. So we'll probably want those back in there. Oh, wow. And I still had like a prime line there instead of, so I don't have camp on this is where we're at basically. So I think those are the big ones that we'll need. I'm also going to go ahead and say update everything. This is not running CAN bus, so it should, at the most, it'll bark because the firmware on the controller board is old and I'll need to reflash the firmware. Probably due for a reflashing anyhow, so not bad there. Let's come back over here. We need to mount our power supply. And once again, it calls for mounting the power supply with some VHB tape. We have to be mindful because we have a tool head on here now. So as we go to flip this over, make sure that that tool head is hanging off the bench and not getting crimped or compromised in any way. We do have our LRS 24 here. I still need to get the old VHB off. Does anyone know, like, what's a good way to get VHB tape off? Or should I just take this as an opportunity to in here? No, not in there. Not in there. It would be in over here. There we go. That was an LRS 150. This is a LM 200 by Mornson. What do you guys think? Should we switch up and put in the Mornson? I'm not even sure what I pulled this off of. I mean, it is smaller, I believe. No, it's the same size. It's just a little bit more power, and I don't have to worry about trying to dig this off now. Because this stuff is not, it's not coming off well. Twist? Dude, I can't even get under an edge. If I could get under an edge and get some up, then I could twist. And no, twist just broke. So this may not be good VHB tape, like real VHB tape. And it's definitely, we'll say, older VHB tape as well. I'll try and work with some, we'll put the Mornson on here with a lot less VHB tape. And we'll work on getting that stuff off. Oh yeah, yeah, it is definitely been cooked on. This thing has several 100 hours on it. Like, and this is why I was trying not to like completely redo the software on here, is 2060, just about 2068 hours on this printer. So that's why I don't want to get, kill the history on it. And this was my first Voron build too. Okay. And I'm going to try not to, like, I'll move it towards the front, but I'm not going to jam it all the way in the corner like I had it before. But I do want to just double check. Not that. This. To see, it shows it is putting it all the way right there in the front corner. We'll have a fan. Yeah, I'm not going to jam this right into the corner. I'm going to leave it out a little bit to make it easier for maintenance later. Bring this around and get it plugged in. Normally there would be like a cable trough here. I don't have one that's kind of thin at the moment. So we're just going to have wires dangly. Hope you guys don't mind. Positive goes here. Negative goes there. Okay. And once again, I'll make this pretty in a little bit. Power supplies put down there. I'm going to set this up on its face again, because I'm just worried that I'm going to damage that hot end. We're going to have the fan top and the fan bottom here. And I have a feeling that I need to put in a couple of heat sets. Yes. Give me 1 second to get that set up. I actually need 4 in there. I skipped a spot. Yeah, I sure did. It needs 4 heat sets in here. So 2 to clamp it on the extrusion, and then 2 to be able to screw the fan in. Ow, damn. Hey, that's hot. Just so you guys know, when you start putting heat in a heat set, it gets hot. Yeah, the Ender 3, like my OG Ender 3, which is over at Evil Diesel's house, it had like over a couple thousand hours on it under Marlin, and then I clipperized it, and it's easily got a couple more thousand on it after being clipperized. And I think he may have like redid all the software on it. I gotta ask him about that. So he may have zapped everything, but yeah, I had several thousand hours on that. Both printing like PLA, PETG, ABS, ASA in a Wham Bam pop-up enclosure. I mean, you name it, it got printed through that thing. Well, within reason, of course. It's not going to do like peak and stuff like that. Okay, back to where we were. How that mounts. I'm trying to visualize how this thing mounts together. So this is going in the slot from the bottom. This comes in at the, oh, nope, that's wrong. Give it back. Here we go. There we go. It goes in like this, so it's going to be flowing up over the Raspberry Pi. That would go like that. This would come in this direction. Pretty tight fit. And we're going to screw these two parts together with an M3x12 button head screw. Hey, Pez is back. How's it going, Liz? In this direction. And I'm going to have to use a different driver because that one's not going to fit. Get the other side started, and we'll crank these down together. Oy. Pretty good. I mean, I might be able to make it fit better. There we go. Now, is this part ever coming off? Probably not. Might get the screw out. Might be able to recover some heat sets, but getting it out of that frame is going to be fun. So this wire, I'm glad I left it long. I'm probably going to try and bring it down and tuck it some. Do something like that. Just because there's going to be a fan here and I don't want it anywhere near the fan itself. So we'll want to do something like that. Maybe put a small piece of electrical tape or something over the top of it. I know that's not, that'll make some people cringe, but it is what it is. Now, our power outlet, I believe, is going to be next. It says to install a 3010 fan. I've got to figure out the best place to install that. Why is fan 1? Oh, fan 1 was the Nevermore, right? Heater fan was PC14. It was actually the Z probe header. PC14. Ah, yes. That's one fan. The other fan went to PC6. PC6 fan 0, which it's there. And then the Nevermore goes into the PC1 header. Okay. So where would I plug in this fan if it's... Actually, I think that's a 5-volt fan that plugs into the Raspberry Pi. So I've got my power supply, so I don't need to worry about, wiring this. It shows it is going in this direction with your plug towards the inside of the printer and your power switch with off in the down position. I really like that. We're just going to bring this down in here and it should press fit in. Not clipping and holding worth a darn, but it's in. Now we'll bring our wires down and plug those in. It's going to be careful of our tool head. We've got our cables here and my ground. Two. I swear to you, that was supposed to be red, but it ain't red. Just going to set that down in there. Kind of showing how everything gets installed. The Raspberry Pi to the Pico. You have a USB to display, a USB to the MCU, and you can get power from the MCU via the GPIO pins, which is probably something. Yes, it does have the TFT screen, so I can pull power from there to power the Raspberry Pi from 5 volts and ground. I will the Nevermore. I need to figure out where I want to pull. So I can pull 5 volt or 24 volt for this. Most of the fans are 24 volt directly off the board. I'm going to run this at 5 volt and I'm going to snag 5 volt from somewhere back here to power this. I do have the 5-volt buck. This normally mounts right where this fan is. So I could now there's no real nice place to mount this. I'd have to like shave off the side, or I'd have to shave off these side mount wings, and I could literally just have enough room to VHB tape this to the bottom deck. And then come up here to power the Pi. Of course, that won't fit. Put that there. Yeah, I don't think that gives me enough room to mount this in any other place, because I would think, you know, could I mount it here if the Pi sticks up and clears it? And I don't think it's going to clear it. It won't fit there. It would have to be, once again, something done like this, in which case the fan is still going to be able to blow right over the top of this. I'll have to see, but for now I've got to take my Raspberry Pi and shut it back off. Pull this out of there. Get this mounted. Now, can this fit underneath there? Yes or no? Negative, Ghost Rider. That pattern won't work. Yeah, I guess I could also put it right there. I'll just have to make the new power jumper for it. So what I'm looking at is because we've got this here, this normally mounted right here. So obviously it can't go there because of the fan mount. There's not enough room over here for it to go, but there is over here. So I could bring this in right here, mount it right there with VHB tape, be able to bring this over and plug it in. I'll have to recreate the pigtail to come up to provide power to the Raspberry Pi. And that'll give this a dedicated 5-volt. And this would just have to go down there with, you know, a piece of VHB. Hey, Hutch Makerspace, how you doing? Da Vinci, welcome in. We're just, yeah, we're trying to think outside the box a little bit here on how to get things mounted. And I'm trying to use very little VHB on this, just because I may want to take it off at some point and may not be too easy to get off. Milo. No, we're not working on the Milo today. We're working on the V0 build. But yes, Milo will happen soonish. We've got Milo built. We need to get Milo configured and validate, basically commission it, go through the validation steps to make sure that everything is moving in the appropriate directions and stuff. So who's building a Milo? This is one of those things where I have the ability now to make these wires shorter, but I'm not, because you never know when I may need to redo some of this. So we'll keep the existing wires for the Tobsun the same length. The Tobsun being the 5-volt buck converter. Oh, Lee Marie's going. Tell Lee Marie I said, hey, please. He's streaming when I'm streaming, so I never get a chance to watch him and his wife stream. Unless I get off stream early, and then I can watch him stream. I need to pull these two. We'll redo it. And I hope, I need to see if my port connectors fit on the smaller Tobsun. They do. Okay. So I'm going to need a length of 20 gauge wire. Oh, 20 gauge, 20 gauge. Where's the 20 gauge? Ugh. 20 gauge. You have a cricket in the studio. Oh, God, that sucks. Yeah, I know you can be in two places. They're doing, yes. Is she still doing that V0 build? Now, my preference is to run, when I'm coming up into the GPIO pins, I like to run to both the 5-volt pins on there. However, if I'm going to run a 5-volt fan here, then I'll need to plug in. Otherwise, my option is to, and I don't know if I can sneak a 5-volt, like, can you plug a fan into an, no, you can't really do a, you don't want to do a fan into an in-stop because there's no MOSFET at that point. So I could basically run, just put a couple of Wagos underneath here and run 5-volt into Wagos and then be able to plug the fan in and then bring 5-volt up to the Raspberry Pi. I'll have to get another 5-volt 3010 fan. And the way it, I mean, if I'm putting a fan here, it's going to be blowing right into the USBs. I really need to flip this around to where it would make more sense. But then with where I put this, I will be blocking some USB ports probably, or not able to get it on at all. Gotta take this off already. The twist worked. Do something like that, we'll have the fan blowing over the back side of the Raspberry Pi, which will make more sense because it'll keep it cooler. We'll have 5-volt power cycle or power over here, the fan. So yeah, if I put a couple of Wagos right at the, so what I'm talking about is, what if I put some Wagos right here? I should be able to put some 3-way Wagos here. We just bring 5-volt in, 5-volt to the fan, and then 5-volt to the Raspberry Pi. I think that works. I do have a USB based V0 display that will mount on this or put back on this, and then the connection into the MCU, because I didn't do this UART. So we will have the USB cable. Oof. Good God. Guess I should have paid attention to how this was connected. This is pretty much designed to be like that. Damn. Well, and I'm not going to be running the fan anytime soon, quite honestly. I have to see if I can find a slightly longer, slightly less rigid, old style, um, definitely old style. So I guess I'll put the thing back on there. And we'll just mount it low like that for now. And move it over like that so we can still get to the card. I mean, it'll be what it'll be. I didn't have any major issues with this, like um, seizing up on me or anything due to temps. So I'm still not sure if I necessarily like the. I guess it'll be fun. It just makes it so high. And it lifts it way off the back of the printer. Yeah, I know Lee Marie and them were adding like the RGB panels and all that good stuff. I was trying to be a little less flashy on mine. And I say that, but I do have RGB lights for this. Besides the one that goes on the Kirigami. Okay, so we're going to try and move this to the inside and up. Apparently not that far up. Okay. We had a DuPont connector, and it goes what? Power, ground? Is that the way the, yes, power, ground. So I need these. Let's get this and this. That put away. That just throw it over there. Put away. These two put away. Okay. Now I feel slightly more organized. Not much, but slightly. And this will be a DuPont wire, so I need to grab my DuPont connectors. And secondary crimpers. So on DuPont wires, the part that crimps around the wire, the bare wire, is pretty much the same. It's the part that goes around the sheathing that is different. And rather than like clinch in on itself like a pair of knuckles, um, the DuPonts wrap around each other like, fingers, I'll say. So it's a different style of crimp. So you need a different type of crimper. There's one. And we're going to bring this down probably to the Wago. Just trying to make sure that this wire that I had is got enough length that I can do what I want just by clipping it or clipping it shorter. And then what I'll do is I'll create a second wire because I do want 2 power feeds. I just find on Raspberry Pis that running dual power feeds to the GPIO, I get less issues. Oh, hey Bexy, how are you? Long time no see. Long time no see. Okay, so there's 2 power, and I need a black one. That'll be the ground. And I'm doing these with 20 gauge wire. 24 might work well. I'm just choosing to use 20 gauge here. Bear with me, I cut that just, or not cut it, but stripped it just a little bit too much. Okay, now I try and use, I mean, you can use a standard like 3-way since we're only going to be using 3 wires. I'm going to actually use a 6-way because it'll give me better purchase on the actual piece here. And so once again, it's power, power, ground. So the ground, go all the way on the right and do crimpy that wire a little bit better. I'm not getting all the way in the socket because this 20 gauge wire is a little big. Little big. There we go. Okay. 2. And 3. So we've got red, red, black, and on the outer edge here, it's red, red, black. Is how that goes. So by doing the 6-pin instead of just a 3-pin, it gives me a little bit more purchase there. It just kind of works a little bit better. We can bring these wires down and flip them into our cable trough. Doesn't need to be, you know, like immediately in there, so we'll drop it down like there. I'm gonna just do it like that, maybe. I don't think I'm going to do it in the cable trough. I think I'm just going to bring it down right along the side here. It will do just fine. Just fine, just like that. I need a couple of 3-way Wagos. And I am going to be such a rebel that I'm not even going to like print any kind of mount for it. I'm just going to VHB it directly on there. I'm just going to VHB these directly on there. And what I'm going to do is the two positive wires here, I'm going to join together, and they're both going to go into the same slot on the Wago. So nothing to worry about there. Wagos can take a lot more than 220 connections in them. The big thing is, remember, you got to strip 11 millimeters of cable. Now, I do want to use barrels because we're not going to be complete heathens here. And we're going to go and see how many things I can open up before I knock something over. But because we're doing a pair of 20s, I think I can run a 18 gauge ferrule on it and get both wires in there and get a good crimp still. So there's that one. This one, of course, will be a 20 gauge because, well, it is 20 gauge wire. It's a single one, so we don't need to double up. Then we'll make the other end by once again stripping a length of wire. And let me be our straight across wire that will plug our Wagos into the yeah, that thingy. We'll plug our Wagos into the 5-volt buck converter. this up so that way I can get rid of, at least do something like that so I don't knock those over and make a mess everywhere. Nobody wants to see me sort barrels on stream. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't believe I have any 5-volt 3010 fans right now. So I can't do the fan for this just yet. But I am leaving the provision for it by leaving an open connector on the Wagos. And if you're going to be building printers or working on electronics and doing little electronic projects and stuff, I mean, I think it was like $20 for that ferrule kit. It is definitely worth getting and having in your arsenal. And I'll need a couple of my fork connectors and my crippers for that. Ah. All right. We'll do that a different way. And because we're doing 20 gauge, you want to make sure that this thing does crimp down pretty good on it. Give everything a tug test. Hey, Lee Marie, how's it going? Yeah, so this was my original V0 So I took it down and I'm rebuilding it as a V0 spec. And yeah, getting a little creative in the wire or in the wiring. We have an a Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3 V2 because that's what I had in here, and I think I've got a V3 over there that might be screaming to come in here at some point. Just because I know it has a couple of other connections that might be worthwhile. I'm using a old style. This is the V0 Umbilical breakout board. I didn't even redo the hot end. The hot end is still the same exact setup from the previous build, so it kind of doesn't match the color scheme 100%, but I will live with it. And what I'm doing right now is connecting up my 5-volt buck converter to a couple of Wagos so that I could power the Raspberry Pi and the 5-volt cooling fan directly off of the 5-volt buck converter. And I'm just gonna VHB tape these directly to the baseboard here so that they're out of the way. And I know I'm not showing everything. So I'm gonna VHB these right here. I swapped in for the Morn Sun because the original power supply I have, I can't get the VHB tape off of it. So I'm gonna have to get like chemicals and scrapers involved to try and get that VHB tape off. How's your all's build coming along? I figured you'd be done with your alls by now. So you had the 01 kit, but you hadn't built it yet, so. I'm trying to be careful because I got that tool head on there and I don't want to damage it. And really, the reason I haven't redone the tool head on this is because the Sherpa After Mini that I'm running is running fabulous, and I don't want to even consider reprinting the parts and swapping it out because, like, why inflict that pain on myself? Is it going to be a 100% accurate color scheme throughout? Nope. Am I going to lose sleep over it at night? Nope. And we are back. It tells me that I've been going for, what, 5.5 hours? I forgot completely that there were fans that came in this kit. Now the question is, are these 5 or 24 volt? 24 volts. 24 volts. These would have been for the stealth burner. So we'll just put those back in and toss them over there with the rest of our fans. Okay. We'll be able to set it like that, and I'm gonna dig out my, yes, screwdriver's magnetized. One goes that way, one goes that way. These go there. Okay. M3x8. Yep, those will work. And I had this plugging into the side. That's why I said I know you can plug this into the back and it'll look a little bit nicer. You won't have this cable off to the side, but for now that should work and should get us to a power up, if nothing else. All right, so let me continue to clean up. We will plug this sucker in and see how we're doing today. Yeah, I got a power. Oh. I'm like, oh, I think I have a power cord in the over here for the bench. I do. It's plugged into the rat rig that's sitting right behind me. I do have a Nevermore that's going to go on the side here that will plug into the back. Okay, we got light on over here, so that's good. Let me Let's switch the view. Okay, so we're over on this camera. We've got light on the power switch. We're going to flip that, and hopefully we see nothing come out this way. So no negative lights. I got my lights over here on my Raspberry Pi. We got lights over here on our board. And yes, this is a tiny little printer. It is a tiny little printer. Yeah, no magic smoke is good. What's even better is my light is on and my screen is on. So that's good. That means everything is being seen, because if I don't have, the reason I had to plug the screen is if without the screen, this is kind of like an MCU, it will throw an error and it will not boot all the way if the screen's not attached. So we're going to come back over here to the main sail window. Get this stuff out of the way. Move this a little bit closer. Mainsail window, and mainsail is up, and you'll notice that a little bit earlier I did an update all. That updated everything to including Clipper, and I'm not getting an error on my MCU, which is good. I'm on 12.0.286. So I didn't have to reflash my MCU or any of that. Like I said, we do have our Sherpa installed here, and we still have distance to the bed, which is good. We need to do some commissioning. Once again, this is the same setup as before. We did go in and modify a few things based on the V0.2 updated config for this, which is important because remember, there's one, dang it. Okay. There's one in stop. There's the X in stop. And there's the wire that I think was going somewhere. I can't remember which one. But, we did take a few things off of this printer, and our in stop for the Z moved from the top down here to the bottom, and we're now homing in a different direction. So, and apparently, yeah, the chamber temp was down on the MISO wire and the SPI stuff, because we have a valid chamber temp, we have a Big Tree Tech SKR temp, and we've got a Raspberry Pi temp going, as well as, everything else. So we're good. Everything's up and running. Now let me go over to Voron documents. We'll go to their documentation. The build. Initial startup. And let me just tell you, I hate, red on a black background. I can't read it. I'm red green color deficient, and when you do red lettering like that, I cannot read it. I get it, it looks good, it's just a me thing. So we are seeing temperatures. We want to verify our heaters are still working, so we'll just say, hey, heat up. Boom, that went to 100, and our temperature is starting to go up rapidly. So that one's working. The bed, that went to 100, and the bed's starting to cook up fairly rapidly. Heaters are working. Good. We do not need to PID tune this because nothing's changed. They're the exact same thing, connected into the exact same thing, so no need to change there. Verify cooling fans. So the hot end cooling fan, so this one just turned on. I know it's probably hard to see, but this fan is on, and we're over 60. I'm going to tell it to cool back down now, and just see that once it starts getting down to 80, if that fan stops. Meanwhile, I am going to scroll down here, turn my part cooling fan on, and make sure that they're working. Yep, both of those are working. We're looking at this one. When it hits 50 degrees, that one should drop off. So we're down at 85, 84. Okay, we have a deprecated clipper option we'll need to change, the max accel to decel rate. Once again, the one thing I don't have installed yet is the Nevermore. I could go and physically install that, and we'll just have to plug it in when we do a reboot a little bit later. I may just do that off stream to call it easy. And once again, I am not planning on reprinting the parts for the Nevermore. So it is the older Nevermore. I kind of like this all blacked out tool head anyhow. We're in the 50s now at least, so that's good. I can't remember what this filament is. This has been here for a while. The filament colors that we used on the printer are 3DO and our fan stops, so that's good. That's what we expected. But the filament that we used here, this is 3DO. We've got the 3DO ASA CF Blue, and we've got some gray parts as well, and the gray parts are nano gray or carbon gray, sorry. This is most likely like older, probably Sunlu ABS. This is actual SLS printed. This is a store-bought orbiter, not orbiter, mini Sherpa. The blue that's on here on my dials, my knobs back here, This is the original blue color that I had printed. It was blue and black. That's why I called it baby blue. Now it's just, you know, a different shade. You know, we're doing more like blue and gray. um, okay, so what else do we have? Fans are working. Stepper motor check. The stepper motors should all be going in the right direction because, once again, none of that has changed. We will double check those. Move it back there. Stepper buzz X, which will be this motor. It is going clockwise, counterclockwise. We'll do Y. It is going clockwise and counterclockwise. We'll do Z, which once again, the direction of Z hasn't changed at all, so it should be good. It should go down then up. Which it is. And the extruder is going to be going in the same direction or in the correct direction as well. So I'm not even going to do that just yet. In stop check. We can do a query in stop. What I always do is come over to the machine tab and just check in stops here. So X and Y are listed as triggered and Z is open. So I'm going to manually click Z, maybe. On the side there. Darn it. Where Z is at, it's kind of a pain in the tuchus to get to with your finger. Okay. So Z is working. X and Y, the issue is there's nothing plugged in and the diag pins are not jumpered. So I need to jumper the two diag pins and do a restart. X and Y diag pins are now jumpered. Let's do a restart. And now everything is open, which is what we would expect because we've now got those jumpers set up so that we're good to go for we're good to go for sensorless homing. At this point, we're ready to home X and Y. So we can give that a shot. Be ready to hit the emergency stop, but we'll give it a shot. X. That triggered already, so that's way too sensitive. Let's trigger Y. The same thing. X and Y are way too sensitive. Whoops. So we'll need to change that. Wish they would talk about the sensitivity levels for X and Y. So once again, your X and Y, the sensitivity levels are based on your speed and your power. So if you change the power on your motors or the homing speed of your motors, it will change your driver SGTRS. This is your threshold for your stealth or sensorless homing, stall guard. And it's set at 255, which is, it's amazing that it's not working because that is the most sensitive setting. Give me 1 second. I'm going to attempt to cheat. Where are you at? There you go. Orange Dragon. Orange Dragon's one of the rooks downstairs, if it will connect. It does not look like it's going to connect. Of course, why? Um, figures. Fine. Trying to find the KB3D Rook 2020 Mark II. Because it's set up with sensorless homing, and I should be able to get a good starting value off of that. I just obviously haven't assigned it a dedicated IP address, so now I got to find it. Looks like 240. Hopefully. Hey, there we go. X 110, running at 75 and 110. Okay. We're running at half. Let's give it a start around 110 and see where that gets us for X and Y. Come on. Got you here or what? Huh. Don't know why that was being weird. Here we go. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're going to go ahead and try in Home X. Okay, and it's still triggering way early. Same thing on Y. We had changed it to 110, so which way is which? So if it's still too much, then let's drop down to like 50. Right? We'll split the difference. And then we'll kind of keep splitting the difference back and forth. While we're in here, let's get rid of that max accel to decel line because it's going to be deprecated. Okay, there goes X. That was a little bit too light. The Y is about good. X is a little bit too light. We'll bump this up to 60. And what is my homing? Got my homing speed set to 20. Which is what they had in the base config. So, okay, no harm, no foul. So what we did there is we left Y where it was at because Y seemed to be pretty good. And it was X that was hitting and grinding just a little bit before it backed off. Why is it reading run and hold current? Thought I got rid of the hold current. Didn't. rid of those. I don't know why Clippy's taking a long time to reconnect. While we're waiting to see what's going on here, everybody that came in since we began, is anybody working on any projects today? Or are we just trying to stay out of you know, out of the heat, out of doing yard work, stuff like that? All right, I have to admit, this is not giving me warm fuzzies. That's why it keeps doing this. I kind of hope it's not a memory card that's getting ready to go. Okay, so we want to try that again. We're gonna home X. Did it home X? I guess I wasn't watching it to see if it home X. So did it get all the way over there or did it stop short? Oh, it did, and that's good. Home Y. Beautiful. Home Z. Okay, and it brings Z up to 30. So all right, and that just missed travel. So, or ended travel. So, yeah, we're not at the bed, so we will have to do some stuff there. But the good news is we're homing. Okay, bed locating for the V0. Bum, 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 bum. Before I do the Z end stop, I think what I want to do is do a bed screws adjust, because what I just saw was that the bed was not even close to contacting the nozzle, even at, well, it was close, but um, not not an appropriate close. I'll leave it at that. So, handy dandy piece of paper. We're gonna home all. And everything is cold. And I'm going to do the bed screws adjust. I have a no macro setup for it, so this is going to allow me to get my bed close to the nozzle at least. Oh, it was close. All right, so we're good there. We'll say adjusted. It'll move over here to the back corner. Same type of thing. Loosen or tighten as necessary. And we're going to do this once or twice, just because as you adjust the 3, it will change the overall plane. Okay, this will probably be the last one. Happy with that. Yep, we're good there. Okay, so I'm going to home all now. Now this brings it up to 30. You don't want it at 30 because once you start doing the next piece, it's going to be, if you're at 30, it's going to be bad. Um, I'm trying to think. I believe we want to put this roughly in the middle. So G1, X60, Y60, F3000. That'll move it towards the center of the bed. Now we'll do the, what was that, ZN stop calibrate command. And it's going to start us there at that 5mm spot. So I can start just by dropping it down at 1mm until I'm close. I'm starting to get close, so I'm going to start going down in smaller increments, starting to drag. So I like that right there. And we'll accept. And we'll save config. Okay. Now what's up? We don't have an inductive probe. We don't need to PID tune. We're already PID tuned. We did a bed screws adjust already. Yeah, after the bed screws adjust command has been completed, rerun the ZN stop calibrate to bring your nozzle to the correct Z0 position. We tilt trident. No. Yeah, now it's telling me to do it hot. At this point, I'm not going to do that part. what I am going to do is pull this filament out, which I believe is ABS, and I'm going to try and print with it, but that'll be Tuesday. We'll print with it with PLA, kind of break it in, see how that works, and then we'll finish out. We have to build the top hat, we have to put the sides on it and all that good stuff. Basically get it ready to be enclosed so that we can do other things. But for now, I'm going to say that we're good and we're close enough. Must hold firm. Okay. Like I said, I need to get this filament out of there, and then I'll go ahead and get some. I'll get some other filament installed. I need to install the tubing. I'll probably just go back and use the original tubing. We do have our whatchamacallit, our filament sensor in here. We need to check that and make sure that it's working. Yeah, a few things here to do. But yeah, with that, folks, it's 4 o'clock. I need to really get something to eat. I haven't had anything other than a protein shake today, so I need to actually go get some food or make some food. Thank you all for being here today and hanging out with me. Thank you for everybody that raided in. I know some people had to raid and run, but I do appreciate everybody that did raid in today and everybody that followed. I do appreciate you all as well. Let me check out and see who we have as a potential raid target today. Chaos Trucker, Chris Perillo, Vile Mod, Sid Heresy, Big Stitch, Declarations, Podcast. You know, we haven't raided into Jerry in a while. Let's go raid into Jerry 3D HP. He normally has a few people on him. He has a community stream, basically. It's just him and a couple of other people right now. But let's go ahead. I'm going to get that raid started. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Like I said, I need to go get some grub, get some food. And, yeah. Going to follow the Rook build video soon. Oh, yeah. Cool, Ash. Thank you. Are you building a 2020 or a standard Rook? Is it an LDO kit or what kind of Rook are you building? 2020 Mark II? Cool. Cool beans. All right, so we're up to temp. We're going to do that whole unload filament. And push a little, pull it out. Oh wow. I got to show you guys this. How is that for tip forming? If I can get it to... I mean, that is the best tip I have seen. Like, there's not even bulge on it. That's kind of crazy. Get that garbage off there. And we're out. Sorry, everybody. Sorry for not doing an ending stream. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And we're off to Jerry 3D HP. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Bye now.